Hello and welcome everybody. This is Mechanical Gamer, and this is episode 4 of our playthrough of Satisfactory, our Let's Play. This episode is entitled Research and Exploration. We have quite a bit we gotta do. I look at our list here and we see a few things that gotta be built, and most of it looks like it's research, but we also are gonna begin working on our MAM research today. Start getting some technology up and running. So this jump pad technology, let's take a look and see what that's going to require. Rotors, steel plate, and wire. Give them the steel plate, and I give them the wire. Almost give them the rotors, too. I just gave them the rotors. Great. So, we're going to get some rotor production up and running because we're going to need to get smart plating built. I think for now, I will just take the resources over to the space elevator. It's only 50. We'll build our rotor line here, and then over this way, we'll do some smart plating. So we've come to that point, guys. We're no longer resource starving anymore. Hooray. Means building is going to be a lot more simple. All we have to do is set up the production lines and let it run. In fact, if I come over here right now, probably got a decent amount, about 53. Of the reinforced iron plates in storage. So yes, we are beginning to see the fruits of our labor. And that's another reason why we're going to do this exploration, is that it'll give us some time to let these resources build up. And that exploration is going to lead to research primarily in the molecular analysis machine. We're going to definitely want to see about sulfur and deuterium in particular. Sulfur, deuterium, and quartz. Mycelia would be a good one too, because it'll give us the parachute. Which means if we fall from here to there anymore, we could basically activate our parachute and glide to safety. What was I looking for? Yeah, that's right. I need screws. Build some. All the steel plate they need. Yeah. Ah. I'll grab. Have it in my inventory, don't know. Good. Who's out of there a little bit faster. But keep this in mind, guys, that yes, this is the maximum yield you can give on these belts. You got 120 screws coming out. This belt can take 120. We will combine these two lines when we get 240. This line will jump into this one. This cargo container will be removed. But we got some time before that happens. Plus, that'll also be the time when we upgrade to Mark II. And this line will be producing a heck of a lot more at that point. Alright, let's get some more rotors and do the research with these rotors. Well, this should complete the research at this level. At which point we need the smart plating in order to complete the research in total. But with the rotor setup, we'll be able to do that. So let's get her up and let's get her done, guys. Let's get her done. And we could do some exploration while those smart platings are building. I'm thinking maybe 2 smart plating factories. Okay, 10, that should be enough.
Milestone reached. The Fix-It jump pad combines high technology and innovation for optimized factory traversal and an ideal travel experience. Clarification. Ideal travel experience not guaranteed, individual results may vary. Pioneers are responsible for all workplace accidents resulting from jump pad usage.
All right. So we now have all the technology that we can research in this tier. If I remember correctly, let's go have a check at our hub. Yep, we've milestoned everything. So let's move on upstairs and get the rotor line up and running. Reinforce iron plate. Not like that's a problem. We are manufacturing it after all at a decent rate of 15 per minute, which isn't bad. That means we'll stockpile up pretty well. And we are going to have these the same way as this, where we'll have our output over there, which means that we're going to have to get up along our roof. So this is going to take 100 screws a minute. And we're only getting 4 per minute, so 100, that's 200 screws. If we do the math downstairs, we have 120. We have 240, so we can get away with that. Second one over here, what are we using? So we're using 60, so this is using 180. So this one here will be 240 plus an additional 80. So we'll have 80 screws left over when it's fully producing. And this one here will have 60, so 3 of these. Want to utilize, actually, no, 2 actually will probably be better because we're using rods in this. So it's going to end up deducting from the overall screw production down there by 40. All right, so we don't want to do it like that, guys. So we got to just remember that. What I just thought about doing there is just running it right on down to the floor. Do not do that. It doesn't help you plan for future growth of this line, which at some point might happen, but probably won't be this one. Mergers, how nice. Mergers that are below now. And since we don't have floor holes, we'll just send it on down through the hole, on down through the floor. We'll drop onto the power pole if we can. Have it come this way because we see that this way is going to be the best option for us. And you probably noticed that we went straight shot through the cargo container for this guy. Versus where in times past, we have done it as a branch off. And there's a reason for that, because screws are not used like a normal material, guys. They really are not. So we're not trying to reserve to save them to use them for other. Oh, that's the wrong input. Go. Almost acting like it should be Satisfactory 1.1. I know it can't be, but that's not out until the 10th of June. So, as in accordance with our plan for research, let's start collecting some of these collectibles.
This semi-slug species seems to persist entirely through absorbing and storing energy from its surroundings. Studying this could provide new methods for improving fix-it production line efficiency. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
So we are going to drop a splitter on this line right here. But first of all, we need to find out exactly where that's going to be. Because we haven't a clue. But first things first, let's get the mergers up in there. Tier 1 belts will work for now. We're kind of resource starved. Smart plating. DVT require 2 and 2, so this is 4. And we get how many per minute? We get 2, so this will give us 4 per minute. Merger them. Wrong way with that. We're on the other side of the aisle. Keep that in mind, guys. Your input should head back toward your output should head back toward your inputs, making it easy for expansion of the line later. Now, cargo containers can go toward the aisle. Matter of fact, we are kind of moving the aisle over on this one. Okay, so we're going to be putting our splitters in now. We'll do the high one first. Oh, I'm actually screwing this up. Close. They should be 3 away, guys. At least 3 away. that in mind when you're building your factory. That splitters, you put them about 3 away from these. Any opening. 2 away is too close. 4 away is the maximum that it can be away, and you'll still get a connection without needing to put a belt in down on this end. So let's get this hooked up to its wires. Then we'll get a cargo container on this production. Because yes, we want half of those rotors to end up in storage. We're going to need them for building our coal power production facilities later on today. Probably noticed the smart plane we went straight into the cargo container. That is not the case with this. Probably also noticed we did a merger. Mergers are best for that. We always, actually, this should be a split, not a merge. I'm gonna do a splitter. So this will be the top. This one will be the bottom. We'll have the start of our aisle here. Space between the production lines that go in opposite directions. This is not a requirement, guys. Just keep that in mind. You don't have to do what I'm doing here, where you have them going in opposite directions. You could just do them line after line after line. Make sure you leave a lot of cleared space. This one's going to drop down. Find its way in. I mean, you could even have your belts if you want to. Just run across the floor. The reason why I'm doing it this way is I would like to have some symbiont of organization throughout my facility. Okay, so there we go. So these two are now set up. Now we just got to get this hooked up. We're all hooked up to power, right? Yeah. Program, they're hooked up to power, so now we just got to get this one. Through the floor. Okay, so this is not going to work. So we're going to have to put it here. We're going to have to rebuild this. We're going to want it to come out at a 90-degree angle. And then we can belt that in. Like I said, this line here probably will be ripped out at some point in the future. Gotta fix that. That does not fly with me. That would be just a little offset. Make room for. Yes, there we go. Alright, so that should start the production of rotors. And as you can see, yes, we've got them heading up that way now. This will fill up. And we should see the start of the production of smart plating as well. Now let's take a look and see what we got in terms of reinforced iron plate. Let's see if we could do some more upgrades of these lines, primarily the $164. That might not be enough to upgrade that, but we could start it. So this one here is going to only ever have 60 a minute for now, so we don't have to upgrade that one. Inner workings of that one. Not right now. Let's do the wire. Let's upgrade the wire though, because that looks like the cable line is fully upgraded now. That took most of our resources, but now we're gonna want to upgrade this section, then go downstairs and upgrade on through, and then of course upgrade the beltway that's supplying this entire endeavor. And like I said, we get about 15 a minute. So that's going to give us, that means it's going to require some time for that to go through. So if I come over here and take a look, we probably got, yep, another 10. So we've been under a minute since the last time we were over here. About 40 seconds or so. So we're going to begin now working toward the research. So let's continue with that goal. Check these off as I go. I keep forgetting to do that, and I want to forget that. So, rotor line's done. Smart plating's done. Jump pads are done. So basically, yeah, we're looking for that tier 1 now. Let's go make sure that we are actually producing. Oh yeah, by the way, that 10 actually means it's been closer to 2 minutes because it's actually splitting. Only 7.5 are going here. The other 7.5 are heading this way. And producing smart plates, which we've got 10 of, so we're almost to that point. We're already a fifth of the way there, where we could send them up into space. Now, my suggestion, guys, don't recycle these. You're going to need them for the phase 3 uplift. When you get to phase 3, you're going to require those, so don't waste it. Don't waste your materials on recycling them. Recycle these small things. Eventually, you're going to find pretty quickly you should get a lot of points for those. You get a heck of a lot more for those, don't get me wrong. But then you have to rebuild and restockpile. And if you're going to shred, you should use a smart splitter thread. We still got to upgrade that line too. Right now, I think our concrete's probably nice and fine. Let's have a look at that real quick, and then we'll 500 over 1,000. Perfect. So I saw a blue slug on top of this set of rocks here. Grab him. That's how we start the slug research. And I believe I saw some sulfur and some deuterium deposits just sitting down below, sitting over on this beach over here. Port's on the beach behind us, so we should be able to begin those researches as well. And researching these technologies, guys, that's one of the more important parts. We're getting into that point now where we're going to need Nobilis, we're going to need the gas mask and stuff like that. Those things come through specific researches in our research tree. Ma'am. We're going to have to kill him. Perfect. So this is the slug we need to start the research. For a slug research. So let's go and get that research started. So power slug research.
This semi-slug, now dubbed power slug, is early in its life cycle and has retained only part of its potential energy storage capacity, giving it its blue color. Power slugs are capable of extracting latent energy from their surroundings, including through a form of photosynthesis, and preserve it in their porous semi-crystalline shell over their lifetime. This explains why they rarely move after having found a suitable location.
Will allow for us to scan for them. Oh, I grabbed the wrong resource. Power slug. Okay, here we go. There's this one. And we do have one of those, so we might be able to research that one too.
Power slugs extract latent energy from their surroundings to sustain themselves. By tuning the object scanner to the particular potential energy signature, it is now able to locate them against the background environmental static.
Not like I need the object scanner to find them. They do stand out from a mile away. You know what you're looking for. They will come in handy for finding those ones that are hidden. These. Enough.
Research completed. Yellow power slugs are further into their life cycle than blue power slugs, and thus have more potential energy stored. They can now be processed into power shards.
So hopefully we could find more power slugs as we go. But let's begin our exploration. We're not going very far right now. But because right down here on the beach we have a couple of the source deposits that might yield a few things that we need. So take a look and see what we got down here. So this looks like it's called bauxite. We're not going to worry about bauxite right now. That's limestone. That's iron. That's sulfur. This guy.
Unknown chemical element collected. This non-metallic and multivalent element seems to be present only in a solid state, and exhibits a most pungent smell. It is fortunate fixit helmets are of such high quality. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
So, like I said, we had another power slug we needed. There it is, guys. Now we could research that next. MAM technology. I saw Caterium around here somewhere. That or I'm just dreaming. Let's see if we can find that before we head. Caterium, no, Caterium. There's a Caterium node over there, but we're not going to walk all the way over that. Let's find it over here. Get the research started. Other. Well, it could have been up at that lake, too. more sulfur. What's it? Oh, I did see it. There we go. That's what
Unknown metal collected. This metallic element is showing properties similar to those in Group 11 on the periodic table, such as high conductivity and malleability. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
And see, there's the next one.
Unknown crystalline mineral collected. This mineral is composed of the same chemical elements as quartz and may yield similar industrial functions. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
Okay, I don't want that guy to come. That's a nice little trick to know, guys. You come across the hatchers, if you get up on them in crouch mode, they won't deploy. Get up right on top of them and kill them. Got them opening up. Keep that in mind. That's a useful tip.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. It is unclear where on the flora or fauna spectrum it lies, but initial data suggests this might be a nest or an egg. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
Oh, we need more production down there. So we're gonna have to do some wood cutting here in a minute. Right. We got a little bit of materials for the MAM. So we got sulfur. This will allow us to scan for sulfur. Black powder is something we're going to be wanting to work
This
towards.
unknown chemical element was in reality an unusual mixture of solid sulfide and sulfate materials from which sulfur can be extracted. Sulfur's primary use lies in fertilizers, which we have no use for. Instead, this element enables access to more volatile obstacle clearing and pioneer defending tools.
So on the quartz tree, and let's go do that one. We're going to want this technology right here, I believe, if I remember correctly. Yes, that's the one we want. Blade Runner.
The crystalline mineral was a previously unknown variation of quartz, with uniquely large and flawless crystals, normally only found in synthetic quartz. The industrial application of this mineral will follow that of its synthetic counterpart, specifically in communication and exploration technologies.
And of course, Trium.
The metal has been named Caterium, after Fixit's greatest CEO Katerina Parks. It has been added as a viable alternative to gold in industrial applications, specifically in advanced electronics due to its superconductivity, malleability, and corrosion resistance.
The alt we're missing now is the mycelium. So we're going to have to find some of that at some point. Will turn up, guys. Will turn. Clear those screws okay. Bitter remains. Alien megafauna. We have the hatcher. Grab that.
The remains researched belong to a plant-like organism hosting the larva of the flying crab, the most mature of which hatch when threatened. Hatcher remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Oh, we're gonna want to get down. This is one of the easy research trees, guys, because the easiest one, believe it or not, is the power slug tree. Go to get that as soon as we should see how far along we are toward tier. 34. So getting there. A few more minutes. There. All right, we're gonna drop researchables in here. And we're gonna begin exploring a little bit more, but first things first, we undercutting here. Feed our biomass burners down. So keep that in mind, right, when you're working in this position this time, this early game stage before your first coal power generation's up. Don't be afraid to use some of this time to keep those biomass production lines fully operational. I mean, after all, you are going to be using some biomass for your chainsaw later on, as well as using, as well as needing to clear the forest to make way for your factory. Unless, of course, you start out in the Dune Desert, which, if we look at this map, that's way the heck over here somewhere. Yes, you can now tell, yes, I said before, all 4 start locations are on the same map, so right. And honestly, I'm not going to cut down the entire forest here because I'm going to be doing a lot of clear cutting over at the future site of our coal power plant. All right. Matter here. Are these running on logs? They are running on logs now, so why we don't have any in our inventory. So it was a good thing we checked because we have burned through the leaves. Now we're into the logs. So let's actually do a little bit more clear cutting so that we can make sure that we're well fed for our power. The last thing we want to have to do is try to black start this grid and have to cut that power line. Have to run a separate line directly from the hub down to there to black start. Which I wouldn't do. I would just throw leaves into a biomass burner down there, cut this line, let it run, And let it run the those two units down there that produce the biofuel into solid biofuel into biomass. So yeah. But if I don't have to do that, that's better, because that'd be a lot happier. So we're gonna take option 2 and chop down some trees and more industrialize more of this space. So that we have the materials required to keep that running for now. After all, our factory is a busy place. To come over here and have a look real quick how much power we're using. See that our maximum consumption is actually greater than our capacity. Gonna have to do something about that. We're very close, very, very close to black starting this grid. So we're gonna basically pop in a breaker, so we're gonna have to add some more of those biomass plants, like I said, we're gonna need to do. Especially if we're gonna try to do coal power. Before we do anything else, that's exactly what we're going to do. Oh yeah. See, we've now cleared up this little outcropping that we started on. That's cleared up nicely. There's not very much biomass left here to collect. For that guy there, we're going to want to entice him into joining our little clan at some point. Let's do it till we're full. Or worse, we're out of juice for this thing. What's coming? All right, we're out of juice for the thaw. And we're gonna have to do something about that. There we go. So first thing, before I do any adding of these in, we're gonna upgrade the let's do an upgrade on the belts down here. And then we're gonna also have, we probably should also check on our phase 1 completion. If we can hit that, then we should hit that. If we can do the phase 1 completion, we should do that. Before we can comply with our On the main, those are on the assembly level. We have 115. Here. Are there? Let's go do that real quick. Since that is one of the most important aspects of our growth stage. Oh yeah, definitely don't want to slide off that. That'll kill us. Have the Blade Runner yet, and unlock for it in the court suite. Yes, guys, this slide jump is the fastest way to get around your factory. All right, so we've got this complete. Gonna pull the seal. There's gonna be a little video here. I'll keep quiet for that for you guys who are new.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 1 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 1 will be completed and the distribution platform will be constructed. After completion of Phase 1, the technologies of Tiers 3 and 4 will become available in the hub. Highlights are automated power, steel production, personnel transportation, and many more. Completing Phase 2 of project assembly is your next main objective. New project parts will need to be produced and delivered to the space elevator as you have done previously. Continue to construct, automate, explore, and exploit for a better Fix-It future.
So, give this a pull. This will send it up. And to see what changes happen up there at that little tiny ring. Because there will be changes once that thing arrives.
Phase 1 of project assembly completed. This is only the beginning of project assembly, the first step towards saving the day. You have performed adequately so far. Reminder, not only is Fix-It saving humanity, it is saving all of Earth, including kittens and puppies. It is statistically likely that you appreciate the continued existence of kittens and/or puppies. Continue the work for their sake. Continue the work for Fix-It. It is time to start the work on Phase 2 of project assembly.
Yes, it is. Our big research is coal power. So that there is something we want to have as an objective. Got the space elevator done now. On to the next phase, which is full power. Yeah, sorry I've been delaying our exploration, guys, but some of these things are way more important than exploration. We get this research. Then we'll have this exploration while we're waiting for materials to build up. Of course, there's this one as well, which will want full power is first. Vehicle will make it easier for getting out to the whole site. Getting ready to leave Tier 3 behind, or putting into Tier 3, excuse me, we're not leaving it behind yet. But we're starting these tier 3 techs that we're going to need. So we are out of those. Don't have enough up here. 42. Yeah, I know Logic says steal it from these guys, but these are building smart plating, which now we need 1,000 of this next phase. Things are only doing 60% and 35% respectively, so it is slow going. Correctly marked delts are in this research center, I think, or tier 3. Tier 4 logistics mark 3 and blueprints. Blueprints are going to be a god saver, guys. They're going to be a savior of our factory to allow us to build fast. So we'll grab this, then this. This is going to require steel. We'll have to get some steel, basic steel production up. We're going to want to finish these 4 technologies before we do that. This one here is going to be important. It'll help us actually power. Because we'll have that pretty quick. We can live without the transport for a little while. So we should have it now. Yes, we do. Like I said, that's going to take some time to save up for the construction of our beautiful heated power plant. Which, by the way, we're going to need quite a bit of reinforced iron plates for as well. So we're going to want to keep that in mind. 37. Okay, we got enough reinforced iron plate to run that now. We only need 11. 7. All right. Up we go.
Milestone reached. Power production can now be fully automated by burning coal, which has been added to the resource scanner. Water is also necessary to run the coal-powered generator and will require a network of pipelines to be transported from a water source. To assist with locating and identifying water, Fixit has compiled this guide. Water is a somewhat reflective liquid and it may have thick vegetation growing nearby. To test if something is water, try touching it. If it is not solid and does not corrode your suit, it is probably water.
We're actually maximized on our screw production. We're gonna have to let those build up slowly, but let's do some upgrades down at our power facility. Take a look. We're gonna put another of those online, but we're not doing the awesome right now. We were gonna wait till we get tier 3 power before we really start those. We're gonna have to do a copper sheet line now, so that's other reason why we have to power things all. Coal generator. This one we're gonna put 10. Got the resources. Oh, nice. How thoughtful. Grab a few more steel plates. We'll grab a few more concrete. We may need more platform. I don't think platform. No, we don't need more platform. So yes, we have to some degree outgrown biomass power. That is a fact. But we can't do anything about it until we have the resources to build the coal generator. Gonna connect these all up. This will give us 600 megawatts, so you can tell that means that these plants only produce 30. So we need 20 of these to produce almost what 8 coal generators are gonna produce. They'll give us 600. Probably about 30 of this. So yes, we're stealing from our new generators, but I don't care. Eat it to cut down trees to feed the new generators. Alright, so and I can't put a like that. That's not where I want the splitter. I want the splitter. So yeah, we're gonna add another production of biomass. I think I remember correctly. Does it take 60 a minute, or is it? I'll take 120. Never mind. We're not going to do an upgrade yet. But if we upgrade these pipes, that will speed up the production of, call it biofuel, which will mean that we'll be able to get it to our pods returning. To our burners faster. I must have some allergy problems. Yeah, allergy season. How wonderful. The cottonwoods are giving me heck. All right. Force iron plates, all of them. Down there, upgrade that. $71. That should be enough to upgrade that entire line. Now some of you are probably wondering why I'm not jumping into the water to get down there faster. Well, we don't have any of our platform over the deep water. This is shallow. You fall right on in and it hurts you. So we're actually going to start this not back there. Start at these two locations first. And then we'll come over here and start upgrading log transport. We don't need to do the ones to the factories themselves, guys. Just the primary line. Doubled up the leaf burning speed, so we're gonna drop all of our inventory except for our biofuel. I'm going to start this exploration by going to the coal site. Just the biofuel. Actually, one thing first. That pod is back. Let's go and see if we can research the technology for the basher. While this thing is nice, the basher's a lot nicer to work with the basher for dealing with the pests, as I call them. Basher is a wonderful tool. As soon as it becomes available to you and you're able to research it, I strongly suggest you do so. Have enough iron plates but suck up most. Honestly, it's not most of that because we have another box of that over here. This one 1,500. We now need 97 more reinforced iron plate. Complete that order. Get 24 from it here, so that's going to give us 70. I was on the dot with this. So I would say produce it, but all of our screws are going up in production. So we will begin our exploration. Actually going to put this cargo container right here. For all, take the need a biofuel. We're going to come back with some of the clear cuts from mine site, or from the production site for the power plant. We'll feed it into our biomass burners. So our power plant is going to be up and around over here, up on beside this lake that we found earlier. Yes, this lake. And I see some more Caterium over there, so we're going to go grab that as well. So anything that we find like that Caterium, quartz, got quartz over here too as well, so we're going to grab these materials because, well, once we employ them, oh boy. And that Mercer Spear too. More research.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. Initial data suggests these are predators, but notably they do not have a traditional mouth or eyes. There are, however, numerous cavities on their head which could fulfill a similar function. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
And we do plan that, so I'll grab the Mercer Sphere. Grab the quartz. But yeah, we're gonna jump on down here. There is a way back up over there. Okay, so this lake is gonna be our pump pool. This is where we're gonna get our water source for the coal generators. The coal is up in this forest. So, bauxite down here. There's also a way up right there, as you can see, power slug there. So we're gonna head that way. So let's take a look at this here. If I remember correctly, 2 or 3 of these are open, the others are not. So this one here, this is a coal vein. It's a normal. It's filled up. Then, of course, we got another coal vein over here, another 2 over here. If I remember correctly, none of these are sealed. They're normals as well. Normal. And this one's normal. So these are the 2 we're going to work off of for the power. There we go, clear cut in the forest. Need to make way for the platform. And all of this will feed our biomass burners back over along the coast. Keep this base functional for the time being. Maybe we'll get lucky. I don't remember. I think there might be a sulfur node back here too. If that be the case, then we can do our gunpowder here. But I don't think that's here. I think it's a different location on the grassy plain. Okay. Meters away. One on top of the mountain here, and there's one up over here. So yeah, we do have coal around here, or sulfur around here, which is great. We're going to need that for the production of gunpowder and for the production of compacted coal. Compacted coal is one of the primary ingredients in making turbo fuel. Which is one of the most handy dandy resources we'll need in the future for power production when we get to the oil age, which is tier 5, if I remember correctly. So we're not anywhere near there yet, but getting ourselves prepared never hurt anyone. Of course, we have our lizard doggo here. Tend to be in areas where there's a lot of hellberries. We're cutting the forest. That's why we came up here with an empty inventory. Because we want to clear cut as much of the forest out of this valley as we can. Now, we're going to put our coal generator platform above our water generators. We want to be able to go above them as well, so that way we can expand. Because we most likely will overclock our coal nodes here. The 2 that are producing power, at least. Allow for higher yield of power of our power. Like I said, we're also going to need to start a copper sheet line, so we're looking for an area for that. Ooh, more curium. Let's grab it. Almost got ourselves a full inventory here. Chop the forest down over there. Eleven of our biomass. Call it biomass fuel left. So, call it biofuel, excuse me. So, yeah, we're burning through it, but not like it's a problem. Oh, I hear a spitter. Go away, Mr. Spitter. Will die if you mess with the Pioneer. Yes, we'll probably have to clear those guys out again. They will respawn. Cave over here. Let's go explore that. Okay, so let's go explore this cave. There's something down there that we want. Of course, there's a Mercer's hole.
The effigy has no song, only echoes, but is part of a river. Why does the effigy avoid the windows?
Attention. Your brain's operations are outside typical parameters. Time spent daydreaming will be deducted from your sustenance budget.
The sulfur. Getting close to full. Great, because this has actually done wonders for our power production to our current method. We're heading back up this way now. We're going to grab that power plug if our inventory space allows for it. Cat, you're choosing to try to get on my lap at like the worst possible time. Cat, you really want to get in my face about this, really? Under water. Alright, so get back up there, we'll collect those for that hog remain. it is time for us to start doing research along those lines as well. But I kind of knew there was going to be some sort of megafauna of some kind up here defending the slug. It's either going to be spitters, hogs, or of course we'll pick that up. Let's have a look at our inventory space. Care about that. Go away, Superman. Alright. So, yeah, we could probably get away with another. They're full. Not enough space. We are now full. So let's get our haul back over to the base. We got a little bit of research we got to do. We got a little bit of course, yeah, we're going to need to set up the there's a summer sloop there. We can't touch that right now. Cross the with the hogs over here can't mess with us. Doesn't stop the hogs on our beach over there, but it does stop the ones that are over there from. Those hogs are over on this beach, guys, because they're protecting that slug that we're gonna collect if they're dead. Not really doing that good of a job of protecting the power slug. I say that because we just got around them and we got the power slug. Okay, so let's see how the biomass plant is doing. On for a few minutes, for a while. Our wood was perfect, but this is going to be the case. Oh, they're all running. Still haven't flooded the back. That will happen once full power happens. It doesn't before then. These could burn up to 4 minutes, but that's only if we're running at max power on all of our generators. We're not. So I am going to delete this. Delete this. We're going to run these. We're going to push these further back. Because the truth is, particularly with the wood, I could drop a splitter in here, guys. But first, let's go grab our materials because we are. Yeah, we have no. Nope. Not gonna hurt if the leaf production one is going. We should be able to double up on the wood line. Wood doesn't take more resources than else. Never hurt to have a third one. Really want those blade runners. And get some pipe. Iron rod. There may even be a case just sitting up. Yeah, some may be asking, why haven't I clear cut all this forest yet? Like I said, the big one that I was really worried about is where our power production facility is going to go. Because now that we've got coal power researched, we will set up the copper foil line. And once that's set up, guys, we're pretty much ready to rock and roll when it comes to building. Yep, have some leftovers. It's off our rod. Oh, great. That helps. So we're gonna have to find ourselves another copper node, copper foil, and the closer to that Caterium site, the better. But I need it for Caterium stuff as well. 115 in the time that we've been gone. That's not really enough to start this endeavor with the full power, but because we will be overclocking those coal generators get at 120. We'll keep them overclocked when we upgrade, so we get 240. That'll give us 120 should give us 8 generators, guys. We'll get 16 generators there, which means we'll have that's perfect. Have our cool.
Milestone reached. The Xeno Basher is a direct upgrade from the Xeno Zapper. In the words of the engineer that first developed this tool, quote, "The Zapper kind of electrocutes things, the Basher straight up smacks stuff, while also electrocuting them," unquote. It is beneficial during encounters with aggressive fauna and has been tested thoroughly. The engineer's noble sacrifice for Xeno research will not be forgotten, whoever they were.
So let's take a look. What's going to need for that blade runner? For those frames. This is why we saved that iron node down there just for this. Of course, we'll want to run it further away. We're going to want to build it, stripe it somewhere else other than here. But okay, so now we're going to, first things, we're going to unequip our weapon. We're going to build one. Now we will equip this. See, it's considerably longer. It's even worse than that because it's even longer than it looks because it's got an extension. Now let's start working towards some of these other researches real quick. Might as well do so to burn the time. So here, we can't do nothing with the, well, Ethereum we do, so
Research completed. Caterium ingot recipe unlocked. New caterium research available.
the quartz, how about that? I'm gonna have to start the research for them. Yeah, silica. Perfect.
Research completed. Silica recipe unlocked. New quartz research available.
Let's put away. Thing left on the Mercer Spear tree in the Alien Tech. Stacks, I don't call that parts. Megafauna, we've definitely got this guy now.
The remains researched belong to an organism with 8 jointed legs, similar to the legs of arachnids but with non-standard distribution and function. Because its attacks focus on stabbing prey with the ends of their legs, which resemble insectoid stingers, they have been dubbed stingers. Stinger remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Okay, so we do have the power slug stuff here. Let's grab the overclocking.
Overclocking development completed. Power shards can now be inserted into all buildings to increase input and output speed. Underclocking is also possible. Note: power consumption of overclocked buildings increases exponentially.
That's to be expected. On that. But as for Megafauna, got this.
Research completed. Alien protein can now be turned into biomass or alien DNA capsules. In addition to being used for research, the invaluable alien lifeform data in these capsules can be traded for fix-it coupons at the Awesome Sink. We guarantee the best capsule to coupon exchange rate anywhere on this planet.
Wire 1,000. Okay, so 1,000. this is going to come in handy. 6 inflated pocket dimension is one of the greatest things to have.
Pocket dimension significantly expanded. I worked all afternoon, analyzing the transdimensional confibulatory permutations of alien DNA to achieve this. We are all doing our part for Fix-It.
Capsule. Now we're going to convert these guys over to capsules. Perfect. Our beloved beat.
Research to develop the rebar gun is now
rebar gun.
available. When completed, you will be in possession of a tool effective against any local obstacles actively
about it
objecting
later,
to the
though.
Fix-It mission.
Because really right now we need to focus on letting this build up for our coal power facility. Alright. So we're going to take the materials and we're going to head over and set up the platforms for the coal power. But before we could really do that, we need to get a copper line running for I already know about that one. Closest. Oh good, there's one right in the vicinity of that lake. So we're gonna want to set up this copper line probably in that forest over there. What? Is there Yeah, we can put that normal to work. Perfect. So we're going to want to have all the materials we need to run power out that way. How's our rotors doing? Stack +2. We got enough to build 10 coal generators. We're gonna need, because we're probably, like I said, we'll probably most likely will overclock now that we have the ability to do so. Have to get the power slugs to that rig. Concrete. And we're gonna need reinforced iron plates to run this. Alright. Grab that in, grab those pieces of equipment. I think I've got some miners floating around in my box at the hub. Find out. Find that out. Perfect. Reinforced iron plates to build the production. Guess we're gonna gut this. This is running at 100%. 50. 49. So we're really only getting about 8 or 9 of those in. That's why we're just gonna let it run. All right. Let's go clear out some hogs. On that. Before we go, we'll go check on the power. We're gonna need to grab some more solid biofuel. Still flowing into the plant, so we're still filling. We're not filling containers. We're starting to fill D containers now. That's good. We set this up for expansion. I will take your logs. Logs. $42 should be more than enough. That's good that we're starting to see some backlog though. Logs, it lasts a while. We're going to be chopping down some more trees probably, so whatever we bring down, we'll bring back. I'd like to really do that Blade Runner research, but we don't have enough ports right now. So you can see how much easier. So instead of 4 hits, it's 3. Parachute. I can get onto that beach. Very naked. Come on. Yeah, we'll go swimming here. Can't build. That'll work just fine now. That's more Caterium right there. One that we're really looking for though, guys, is quartz. Want more of that to get our production for the... Really want that Blade Runner. That's really what we're after. That copper resource like it's right here. Yep, and there it is. So I think what I want to do is build it. I want to bring that up here to that height, actually. That way we can expand the line and not worry about room. Even get up there. Question. That question has, we're gonna have to platform up. Be doing some clear cutting, not much, but some. Okay, so let's get up here and see if this is high enough. Yeah, going this way, we're not going to run out of space for these. We'll do these side by side on this one. That'll make things a little bit easier for our production. This is going to be more than enough for this mine site, but as the resources grow, splitter. Power. Of our main power rail for this here. Now this is all hooked up to base power. Yep, we can see that now popping up. Will be copper machines. Merger. There we go. So that starts this one up. We always remember that the structures, we always like to inlay them back one further in. So this one started here. We're going to come back, or actually we're going to do this one 2 in. See what our recipe for that is. So we're going to be needing 20 for 10. So we'll do 4. All we're going to need for now, because we're only going to have 60. Actually, we'll just do the 3. And we'll set them up in this configurational format. That way we're ready for the expansion later, having to worry about accidentally taking space away from it. Some people may say, well, this merger is a waste of space, but like I said, we do everything in an order in this factory, in this build, on this Let's Play, because what we're doing here is we're trying to maximize what we're capable of doing. So this is going to be... Now we've copied that recipe over to the 3. These are all set, right? Hello. Gotta get the mine up here. Get our mergers in place. Where I want, I'm going to put the storage ones right here. It's gonna be a split. Put it over here. Make room for a sure we have enough room for a awesome. Backwards. It actually needs footer would come before cargo can. This would be the splitter. That's not going to help us. Now there's that. That's all hooked up. This line's now ready to rock and roll. All we gotta do now that's almost ready to rock and roll. Now let's get that's wrong. That's wrong. That way everything looks good, uniform, and beautiful. I'm gonna drop through the floor right here. There's our input. Our Xeno Basher out and ready. What is this? We have an iron mine here too. That's a store. That's perfect because that means we'll be doing some other productions here. Maybe a rotor factory at this location. All the trees that are in this area. Oh, look at that. Also a limestone. This is the perfect spot for encased industrial beams. Maybe we should save one of those coal sites over there for that. But then again, I know there's better coal on the other side of green fields from where we are, so take advantage of that. Don't have a way up. Go and investigate this I should just power this guy up. I think that was a limestone mine I saw over here. Limestone mine, all right, and normal. So no, this would not be a good spot for that. Might be another good spot for a concrete line later. All right, we're gonna head up the pathway here. Because they're challenging the wrong pioneer to a duel. Can't win. Bit unrealistic that you would have been sucked into that. All right, that will start the copper sheet line, which gets that up and running. We need copper sheet for the future production of our future productions of what was it, I think our power plant. And of course, that will also go well for AI limiters. We'll have to ship them over to wherever we decide to build those. Some point as well. So looking how that's going. Make sure everything's doing as supposed to. Okay, those are functioning. Why we check, ladies and gentlemen. Because they're running. Those two there, we're not putting them onto the belt. Oh. And we're not worried about getting these above tier 1 for now. We'll get them here. It might not be a bad trade for this line here. God, maybe this should be our factory up here that does nothing but reinforced iron plate. I'm gonna think about that once we get the power for it. Now that we're producing these, and we're producing them very close to location of our future power facility, which is right in this area here, we couldn't ask for better. Not ask for better. All right. Oh, this is nice. And we're really kind of battling him with the wrong crap. We have the right tool, don't get me wrong. We don't have everything we need, so we're about to die. Let's get onto this bucket here. Don't worry, mister. We're coming for you. Oh, so we got here. Oh, base industrial beam. Reinforced iron plate 75. That's good. That's going to get our production, our power up and running. That's perfect. I am tired of making this. So let's do a temporary works to get us back and forth. If I remember correctly, this one needed 60 megawatts of energy. So that's good news. Grab the hard drive out of this unit.
Damaged hard drive successfully acquired. All pioneers are contractually obliged to preserve and secure any recovered hard drives for analysis in the MAM, which may result in benefits to the Fix-It mission. Speculation as to why there are crashed freighters in your Fix-It designated zone is discouraged as specified in your contract.
And if there's crashed freighters, that's probably a sign that someone didn't do something right. All right, let's go check on our production of forced iron plate. Concrete. Actually, first things first, we need to drop off these biomaterials we have collected. From our copper sheet production facility. Yeah, I think I'm going to use that pure node down there to build nothing but reinforced iron plate. One that's over here by our base, we'll use it to build want that mistake. And we'll use this one here to build the modular frame. Both of those are super important, guys. You already know what the reinforced iron plates are good for, but modular frames are used for building the more advanced of their type. Another frame that comes after that requires it. But we also use it for the construction of equipment. Modular frames are used for the construction of our equipment, primarily our trucks, which we're going to definitely have to worry about here in a few minutes. All right. So, yep. So, yeah, we'll definitely put the lines in for this guy. It will be over here. We may even drop them down a level, because we do have the entirety of the sea to work with. Long way from being on the limited resource wagon, that's for sure. That we're limited on our parts we're going for. I mean, I would set that factory up before I set up the coal, but we are kind of limited on resources right now, so let's not risk it. Let's get the coal up and running first. Then we'll get that factory up and running. 108, perfect. And let's also grab... Oh, and that's because it's flooding back. We've actually filled up these machines, so we actually have even more, but... Actually, you know what? These machines can refill themselves. We'll just take the... Give us 408. We're going to need 160. Definitely at the right spot. What else is going to be needed to build those? Okay, well, we've got everything to build those. Add a few things down to this panel here. 7, 9. Let's get on back over there. Now we're going to start building the power plant. So we've got everything we need to do that. And to get us off of this biomass burner power plant that we have over here. Once this is up and running, that's going to stop. And then we'll be able to use any and all biomass logs that are, or solid biofuel that's left, mostly to run the chainsaw as needed. Of course, we could blow the trees up too. But I really don't see the point in doing that. Also go grab whatever copper coil we've got. Then we'll just take the shortcut down. Well, I feel fish doing well, except for one thing. We're going to clog up our machine. Remedy that right now. Remedy this one. Oh. That way those lines can run at full tilt. The backlog of inventory back out. Meanwhile, we'll just go and steal the backlog from the machine. So, wait for these guys to filter on through. Good thing we got up here when we did, because we almost got to this point where this whole production would have shut down, then it would have backed up into our other productions, which would not have been good. And we're going to shortcut our way down. Have our basher ready just in case we've had some respawns. So we're gonna build the power plant 4 above these coal reserve. Actually, let's make it 6. Okay, and the reason why we're gonna do 6 is that way we have enough room for the miner to fit below. Collect the foliage that's growing back and left. Don't ever worry, guys. The big trees don't ever come back. Once they're gone, they're gone. But these little guys, they do come back. Perfect. So let's Okay, so actually about 7. This means that we're gonna have to definitely use a pump. Get the water up here. But it's not like it's a problem. Miners are usually 4, I think it's 4 or 5 tall, so better just to be on the safe side. We'll give. Okay, so this is gonna feed. Will feed one set line, and this will feed another line. We're gonna have 2 lines. Okay, there we go. We'll run this up together. So there's the startings of our platform. Take it. That I would. Now we got a way up here. Going that way. This will take a couple trips to build this platform. Because, yeah, we're going to need quite a bit. Finally run out of resources. Let's head back to the base to grab more. Yes, if I take a look, probably can't even build the power plants right now because we can't. Let's get the conveyor up here. No, we That way we can find out where this is going to start. But once this facility is up and running, we no longer on biomass power. We'll be able to expand at our own leisure. We'll be able to build that reinforced iron plate factory we were talking about, and the factory for the modular frames. Rotors, I'm gonna have to do that one later, but I'll probably do that when I build a factory for motors. So right now it's not of a major concern like the others are. And I probably should figure out what it would cost to get that vehicle. Maybe some time before we're able to get the Blade Runners. Having a truck or having the tractor would be nice. And once we get this up, we can also start with these awesome sinks, guys. Awesome sinks are going to be great. I see our wire line up there is got some yellow lights. We need to check on that. All of our concrete again. Ethereum. Start that. Purchase over ingots. There is a Caterium node not too far from here. Building there. Hard drive in there. Protein. That. I put it all in here. Like I said, guys, this is all about research too, so we want to make sure that we're getting as much of that as we can. Made the mistake. These are both done. Our research along this requires the purple one. There are very many. Alright, whilst we're here, we might as well check for more reinforced iron plate. Might as well collect as much as we can. There's some rotors while we're here. Oh. said, you take a look over here. It's useless to collect from these. Let them rebuild their own collection back up. Because it's more important that we have it in our inventory. And we got a crap ton of it now, so we got more than enough to build the power plant and do Mark II for everything. Which means that we should be able to upgrade those boost those power plants up. So let's go grab the slugs. We're gonna need four of the power slugs at least. That touch it full would be 6. Level below us. Right now we've only got 1, so we really don't have enough to do much of anything. Got 2 power shards, so we'll have to keep an eye out for the slugs, primarily the yellow ones. If we get those will be great. A purple one is pretty good as well. Purple ones yield out 5. But yeah, all right, let's get to it. Trying to get more comfortable here. Okay, what would it take to get that? That's now the question, to get vehicle transport. 100 rotors. Yeah, we'll do it. Worth the investment. And just wrap these all up into these. Gonna need them to build that. Gonna need some rotors to do that too. Rotors are the ones that we're having a hard time coming by at the moment because they aren't producing a whole lot. But the tractor will allow for us to transport quickly between our base location. That's why we're building. You see, modular frames require iron plate, or excuse me, reinforced iron plate. So that means that they are right now, by our standards, relatively expensive. All right, let's go drop this plate in here.
Milestone reached. Tractors permit pioneers to move around the world in a manner similar to using legs, except with wheels and the rampant consumption of natural resources. They can also be automated to self-drive and deliver resources between truck stations, which in turn facilitate automation of loading, unloading, and refueling.
Perfect. We'll build this down by our biofuel plant. That way we can grab solid biofuel to throw into it. We'll use the tractor to get back between our coal power plant in this space.
Tractors can use any type of fuel and have a self-driving feature, much like Pioneers, only more reliable. While driving, you can record a path to automate vehicle resource transportation. Unlike early self-driving vehicles, tractors will not spy on you. Your employee data is already fully subject to other means of surveillance.
Run out of plant matter. Oh, not like it's a problem. We put a little bit in there. As you can see, it's much faster. We are now industrializing, so, well, finally can afford a vehicle. We're not going to start using it for transport until we start building a highway. Because the AI is not really good at at being able to keep the tractor upright on uneven terrain. But now we can facilitate quick transport between our remote factory locations that are away from our main. And this is great news because that we can move around a lot faster. First things first, those belts down there need to be... Second. Up through the hole. Now we know where our okay, so now we know where our coal power plant's gonna actually start. It's gonna start here on this one. All right. See how close we can get to that rock. Ooh, look at Deuterium over there. How nice. We're really close to the rock wall now. So we're gonna do. This is gonna be done a little bit differently than we normally would do it. We're not gonna do a split on this. We're just gonna have it feeding one set of generators. We'll have a generator here, coal line, then a set of generators. That way, we can conserve on the space. Because we're never gonna probably have this coal plant's probably never gonna have more than a lineup of probably generators. Not like it's a really important. Figured it would probably be low where we are. Here and collect. What's the sulfur? Not gonna complain about that. I can use it. So now we got this nice large open platform to work with. Plenty of space for the power systems to grow. So that's excellent for us. So let's go 5 Echo power plant. Only have enough to build 10 right now, so actually I'm gonna do this a bit different. So
Interesting, most pioneers already had coal power set up by this point because they understood their responsibility to humanity. Adjusting pioneer attitude metrics. Reminder, coal-powered generators require coal.
So we're gonna back to back these generators. Leave a little walkable space back here. Decided to invert it this time because this will allow us some more room for the pipes that we're gonna need. And we'll have these generators share a power line. So generators require coal and water to run. Right now we don't have stackable pipes. So remember our rule of thumb. 1 0 1 3. Okay, so I see a mistake here. Actually, with the power plants, we're gonna have to fix it. This can sometimes happen when you're building close up like we are. We're not far away. Kind of. So I did say we were going to mark 2 these, so everything should be marked 2 in this assembly. We actually have enough materials to do that. Take advantage of that. Actually, to tell you the truth, we're at this point now where we need to redefine our logistic belt. So 3. We have enough of it in our inventory that we can do that. Have to convert back to Mark 1 if it's needed. At this one, go straight over to there. Here it'll convert up. Oh, not here. Okay, so now we are in our belts. So that means now we're going to have our resource collection going rather strong. Like I said, this episode is going to be a nice and long one because it's Saturday morning. I've got time to broadcast on this fine Saturday. Okay, there we go.
Fix-It pipelines can contain any fluid, including the water necessary for coal-powered generators. Note: water does not flow upwards by itself. While water extractors provide some lift, to truly defy gravity, consider the use of pipeline pumps.
Okay. We know that already. Okay, so here we go. This is going to go all the way to the outside, guys. This particular pipe. Okay, we want to be on the outside. And the reason why is because we're going to have generators that are further in. We will have some that probably will pop up to the floor. But until we get 600 square cubic meter pipe, which we won't have for some time, we're only going to be running 4 generators per line. The way it's got to be. Okay. Okay, so there we go. We're gonna go now now we need to go and install the water generators for these, and we're gonna do an extra because we're actually gonna achieve all of our head lift off of one single generator set. So that's the one thing about Satisfactory that's kind of cool, is that you don't have to... Actually, we don't even have to use pumps for this site, because we could just run our pump set that's going to give us the head lift off the upper lake. As long as we pressurize everything through the same means, we're in good shape there. And I think, yeah, that lake is higher up, so we shouldn't even need pumps. We're going to give this a test. I know I've used this before, but we'll give it a test. And we're going to place some grid underwater. We're out of concrete. We're going to have to run back to the main base and get that. It's a good thing that we've been busy with all this construction that has given that some time to replenish. We're going to probably need to pick up some concrete if that's the case. Yeah, some steel plate too. Or iron plate as well. So let's get back over to our truck. Makes me happy. We're going to have all these objectives done. We're going to be into the coal age. We're already in an era where we have powered vehicles, so that's great. Although we're really not using them for anything but just getting ourselves around. Let's take a look here, because it's how high this is. We can put two pumps up here. Yeah, we're higher than the platform. We could generate the head lift from this area here. Now the Blade Runners will make this a godsend for walking back and forth. Matter of fact, when these things are on autopilot, we can we can actually outpace them on level ground with the Blade Runners. Not if we do, now if we don't have them, we can't. But yeah, when we have them, we can. And we're not going to need a whole crap ton of concrete. I guess that's good. And maybe we should do an upgrade on... let's not do that upgrade yet. That in a minute. Get this power plant. Put the encased industrial for our storage for now, because we're not going to purpose for them. We will have a factory later on, guys, that builds nothing but those. And the reason's simple. Alright, and that's because we'll need them for... We'll need them for tier 4 belts. More than anything else. In my opinion, tier 4 belts are some of the most expensive belts in the game. You literally have to have a dedicated factory building nothing but encased industrial beams maintained. Alright, we're going to drop our two pumps in here.
That may indeed be water. Try submerging your arm. If it does not dissolve, that will narrow down the range of possibilities. Or you could just pipe it to a coal-powered generator and see what happens.
So these produce 120 a minute, if I remember correctly. Let's take a look. Yeah, 120. So 240. We'll put a third one on this line. Rotors. Yeah, we need to go see how many rotors we got. We're gonna need rotors to build the... Can't get our coal facilities up without them. All right. See, we have a reduced budget on screws again, and a lot of that's because we took some iron rods out of the main storage. We will have a factory dedicated for rotors later, but right now, it's not nearly as important. Probably somewhere around, yeah, 100. We're actually just gonna let these iron plates build up. Reinforced iron plates build. Need to put them on. Actually, we'll drive down the rock here. But normally the AI would flip this vehicle over, or risk flipping this vehicle over on what we just did there, that Papa Willie thing. But we're the human player, so we don't have that problem. Okay, so these will be our charge lifts. So what we're using this for, guys, is just to raise, being used for, my friends, just to raise the level of the water without pumps. So this one here is the charge lift system. Yes, we're gonna want to go up. We want to leave room for our vehicles to get through. All right, let's bring it down to this level. So basically how this works is you attach it to the end of your pump. Your pumps, they see it as an overflow. So they'll apply it as a pressure. Basically you get the pressure from this. So basically we have no pumps in our system. Yet we'll have water up. We should have water up at our equipment. We're going to get these running right away. We might as well. we'll get those ones going right away. They will have to build the pumps down. They'll pressurize this pipe. And then we'll go build our pump houses down there. And they will pressurize the pipe. That should pressurize the pipe, and it should be able to bring water up to our whole power generators without the need of any pump. And that's for all of them, not just a little bit we've dealt with. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a set of pumps on this side and a set of pumps on this side. And what that's going to do for us is it's going to allow the pumps on this side will supply water to the generators on this side. And the pumps on this side will supply water to the generators on this side. So you're probably wondering why I place this under the water. We're going to put our pump on top of these platforms. And at some point we may have to add more water coming in from this, but right now we don't have. So yeah, we'll just have them share the same bridge. There's our pipe, our charge pipe. So we can reach that from here. That's good. We're going to have our bridge here. Okay, cat, I know you want to go to the window. Get your butt over there if you're gonna go. Standing over my keyboard, I know you'll sit on it. Okay. So, now we should be able to place our pumps on top of the platforms. Okay, so these aren't down deep. What we need to do is we need to take the 1 meter foundation, need to go down just a bit deeper, What we're trying to do with these foundations, guys, is make it more accessible. So what we're going to do is making it more accessible, actually making it more uniformal for our pipes. So you build your power plant's water generators on top of a underwater foundation that's down a little bit deeper, like we're doing here. And what we get in return is water generators that are perfectly lined up, and we don't have to have any bent pipes or anything like that. And they are perfectly lined up with this grid. And we're gonna leave these we'll just leave these foundations down here. It's not like it's gonna hurt us. Okay, so let's see how this works, because I've never done it this way. Been told that it works. Give it a try. Right now we only need 4. Because the truth is, we don't have enough power generators up there for the need of 8. Now we've got those placed right. Now the head lift trick, I've done that before. All right, so these are going to be outer pipes. Not a copper sheet. We're going to have to make the long walk up there. Now we want to make sure that none of our piping interferes with these open coal veins. Okay, that's important as well. Why we're going to run it along base up there until we get to the water. And yes, by the way, we probably should do power here, because once get this done, we'll just bring some power over properly. Like here, up the ramp. Here. This will directly our power grid for the generators, because if the generators have no power, then this should have no power. These coal generators, though, they mark the end of the need for our little tiny, puny biomass plant. Which is nice, but we're going to have to overclock these generators or overclock these coal miners down there to get the 120 a minute that we really want them to be producing, which means that we'll get 8 generators per line, which will give us 1.2 gigawatts or 1200 megawatts. We're used to that. Not used to converting directly over, so what we got here? 5. Production is coming along nicely. Yeah, that pipe is definitely higher than we are, which is nice. And we may actually use these two. Actually, these two, one of these probably will be used for the production of sent over to the sulfur mine. Oh crap. That's good because I want to actually set this up just right. Oh, it's our concrete. We're out of concrete. Well, we shouldn't need any more foundations to run these. Yeah, we're gonna need more concrete because we need concrete for these poles. I make a trip back over. We're almost into the coal power age. Hooray. Makes things a lot easier. And this is what the AI would normally do. Now you can see, get a glitch. Like that glitch when it happens. All right, let's get back over to the base. All right. Probably are lucky if we have 500 concrete in here, but we shouldn't need that much. What we've got to do. Oh, wow, we got 700 and. Are gonna put a few more platforms, maybe. But now, we don't want our power coming from plant. We run through our production line. So we're gonna run another power line from here, right here where we see it, on down to the platform. Okay, because we want a backbone power grid. That's basically nothing but our power facilities on it, and then the factories will be eventually be controlled with breakers. Where did I send that power line? Okay. Get it over here, that way we can connect up when we're... So since this is a power facility, any miner or pump that runs off of this has to stay on the main power grid. We do not want our facilities that are power producing, anything that is used to produce power for that matter, not be off the main power grid. Okay, we're not going to hook it up yet. Not ready for that. Okay, we are definitely far enough out of here. Let's go and run our pipeline out. Get these pipelines out there. And then we'll run our riser pipe over. So that is that one right there. I'm gonna just help out. Our way. Oh, let's see. I want to come to here. That's where our stop is gonna be for this one. That is wrong. Want this to be far over. So it's two over, just like you see with the it is two over, guys, just like it is with Vanderbilt. So water will get hooked up first. We're just gonna hook this up now. Oh, there's the charge pipe. So let's get the charge pipe all the way back over here. So yeah, they don't tell you how high this thing can charge up to. So we're gonna run this pipe. We'll run it up higher, actually, up a little higher. We'll have it come down. That way we can easily bridge over to it. bridge it down to all the other pipes that are going to be attached here later on. All right. A riser pipe will run along the inner side. Oh, look, it's empty. Well, it's not connected. Bridge it in. Watch, it'll be up here. It'll fill up here. Hope it does. If it doesn't, then they've patched it. We're gonna have to use pumps. I know they haven't patched it. Here it comes. Our risers are now filling up. Riser pipe is now filling up, so. Okay, so we're gonna have to place those in 10. It's centered on the first line. One off the center. All we're doing with this setup is creating counter pressure. Push the water up the factory. You may say, well, that's a bit more expensive than just not using a set of pumps. And to some degree, you'd be kind of right. But since we don't have to use any pumps, And if we could do all of our pipes on this, which, if I remember correctly, I was able to do that with one factory I had in another game, then actually we're saving on power quite considerably over the long run, because we may have 3 or 4 sets of these. Fill up. The water will only have one way to go. That is up toward the factory pipes once we get them up and into. And this actually took the full 4 hours, guys. We're getting close to our time. 4 and 5 hours, my maximum for a video. But these playthroughs, like I said, they are very tedious when they're unedited. That's what this is an unedited playthrough. Oh. But we're now at a point where production's going to pick up, because we'll be able to actually electrically afford. One of the first things we're going to do is get the power slugs we need, get this up to 8 and 8, giving us that 1.2 gigawatts that we so desire so much. In. Now comes the real test. See this pipe start to fill up with water. We don't need pumps. We don't need pumps. Ain't that a treat, guys, huh? We don't need pumps. That is beautiful. So I would say it's probably about 5 of these long, guys. How far the pipe can stretch. So now we got water flowing into our coal generators. Let's let that catch up and get up here. Make sure we got a good flow rate heading into the generators, and then we will hook up the power to the coal. Water here yet, and we'll have ourselves a functioning coal power plant. So yes, we are now leaving behind the age of the that one's up this guy here. Once they're all full, then we will get that up and running. That way we have all the water we need to burn the coal. Power, and you can see here, it's 45 cubic meters a minute. Okay, so they're going to be full by the time the coal gets up here now. Let's make the bridge. So we take a look at this power grid here. Is saying that we need 10 megawatts. That's the power of the coal generator, the coal generators. This grid over here is saying, look at, we got 539 max consumption out of 600 production. So now we're going to be consuming more. 539 and be 549. Just enough to run these. But those are now going to begin feeding our coal power plants up here on this upper floor. And that 600 is going to jump up. At some point we may choose to stabilize the production line there. That way it's not so jumpy. But we'll save that for another day. We could do some load balancing later. Right now we are more focused about getting this up and running. And you can see there's our first jump. We're going to see lots of ups and downs until these first couple generators are full of coal. So you can see we're actually only producing 285 and consuming 307. So our capacity is going up as these things turn on. But like I said, once these front generators fill up, it'll then daisy chain on down the line. But that right there completes all the tasks for you, which is good. That means we have completed our list of daily tasks. We now have our coal facility up and running. We're going to want to do some upgrades to this coal facility. That way we get some more power out of it. You guys learned about the riser trick, which is it's a god. Oh, look who's respawned. I told you those guys would be back at some point. And we could stop them by putting platform on top of those coal mines, but right now we really can't do anything with the one that is that one that's blocked up with the stone. But now that we've got the coal plants up, we're going to be now focusing more on our research. We're going to want to double the size of that coal plant. We want to focus on research. So things like quartz and deuterium, Icelia, once we find some of that. We want to focus on those things. And of course, Tier 3 technology. Getting through the Tier 3 loop is going to come in handy. Up the more concrete. We're gonna need to find some more power slugs. We're gonna want to overclock those power generators down there. And then we're gonna need at least another 2 to make the 4 power shards. We need 4 power shards to do that. Before we do that, we want to make sure that we have all the equipment we're going to need. Now we're getting a healthy number of these, so yep, Mark II everything. Now if we have enough to build the generators now, 107. So perhaps we should focus on that. Let's take a look and see what the next technology is going to require. Basic steel production. Oh boy. This is an important one. We're going to let the rotors build up to get this. Get everything else in there, but yeah, basic steel production. This is what's going to unlock the tier 4 technology. And it is our factory's future, guys. Need that. Then we're not going to use the rotors we got now unless we find a pile of rotors at a crash site. Now we're more into the exploration side of this episode. Now that our technology is allowing for it, we can explore more. Any quartz veins around here? Let's find out. If we're within range of any quartz. I don't think we are. Our nearest quartz is like up here or something like that. Yep, there it is. Those are pure veins. That'd be perfect for our research. Others too. Got some over here. We got some. Oh, they added. This is over by the Blue Lake. The crater. And we're going to want to utilize some of those quartzes. And guys, got started. And now that we're on coal power, start thinking about the what smart splitters are in. We're going to want to start thinking about the awesome sink. Really, we should be thinking about awesome sinks now, but right now our resources are rather limited. So, you know, we can do some awesome sinks on the copper line. And we'll start there with the copper. So here's the rule of thumb with awesome sinks, guys. Do not, and I mean this when I say this, do not awesome sink out of your cargo container. Put it between your cargo container and output. Last thing you want is an empty cargo container and you come up here and you need this resource and you don't have it available because you've been sinking it this whole time. Awesome. So I don't have my awesome sink on my hotbar. I almost never do it on there. We will drop the awesome shop in right here. We're gonna need some screws for that. So we'll have to go either A, make some, probably what we'll do is just make a few. Get that up and running. So, since we have the resources, now we've got an awesome thing. We can upgrade this Mark II belt. And with the Mark II system, we're going to be doubling up on our resources. So keep that in mind as well, that resource counts are going to jump through the roof with this. But since this has an awesome sink on the line, Mark II belts and Mark II technologies are... Ooh, ouch. Yeah, but now you hear this guy's kicked on full-time permanently now. And that's because we've upgraded from Mark I to Mark II. So let's go on an exploration run now. We're going to go looking for those power slugs. And we're going to have to find our way to those quartz veins at some point. And the Caterium. But our Caterium's easy because it's right there on that rock. Well, that was easy. We're gonna do some more exploration, though. But now we're coming up into the valley where we started. We're actually now above the coal power facility. And we'll take this. Go. If any Caterium we find, we're going to grab. Now coming into this valley. So these iron nodes, these ones right here, let's take a look and see what these are. I think these are in storage rooms correctly. These will only give us 30 a minute. 60. 90, 120. So these ones right now, we'll be having to find something to do with them later. More than likely, we'll ship them somewhere else within this valley where they'll be more meaningful. There's another factory we built here in this valley where they can be meaningful. Burster's tree up there, let's go grab that. We can't grab that. We'll worry about that one later. Just so you know, you can fall from a very good height with these things and survive. So I've known people who put coal power here, use it this lake. I highly recommend not doing that. That lake right there is not big enough for a decent amount of coal power. That's why we got our coal power plant where we have it. Lake that we built it over is a very large body of water. Plus we have the body of water above where we have our riser pump also use. Getting more water. Oh, what we got there? That's for it. Grab it. That's like a primary objective right now because we want that. Those blade runners, we want them so badly. Okay, so we got a couple iron reserves over here. Let's take a look at those. So what we're looking for here . Think they would learn when they see their buddy get killed. That really is that? What the heck is that? That's a purple power slug. See, that's what I was talking about, guys. But there's no way I'm jumping down there right now to get it. We don't have the jetpack. And you want rocket, and you want to have that turbo fuel with the jetpack so you can get back up those waterfalls. Good dog go down here. Power slug. Curium down here. Copper, right? Copper. There's the curium. Oh, more quartz. Grab that too. That's really what this exploration run's all about, is finding more resources. And scoping out the iron that's here in this valley. We are going to need a lot of it for our future endeavors. Another, like a what? Sulfur? That or limestone. Check these nodes over here. Got 4, so these are probably all in whereas. The other two on the other side, what are those? Those ones might be normals. Wow, these guys have been watching our base grow. That's our base right there. Guys are. Or so. Yep, stupid hogs not getting the hint. Since they're not the alpha hogs, you don't have to worry about them that much. Those are their own devices. So, yeah. Here. Copper. Copper. We have 2 impure nodes of copper. This is 60. Ethereum. And we don't want to get headbutted off that cliff. It's death if you get down there, I believe. But we're over by where we're going to set up our steel factory. This tells you how far away from the main base we're really going to be for that. Power slug, grab that. Well, that hog was going looking for us. His power slug got taken by us. All right, so what do we got here? So we have an impure. All right, and immediately below us is more impures. So this is actually a really good site because we can just run all those under the same channel. And that's Ethereum right there underneath that rock. Okay, so that one we're going to have a ladder. So we got some Ethereum there. Let's take a look on that. Hold the hog. Yeah, that's death. We don't want to go down. We have a Ethereum site here, which is great for that. We've also got the one up there, which is going to start with our Ethereum. Might ship this over that way, refined. We'll actually refine our Ethereum on site, or we might just import it from the factory in this run. thinking, were you, hogs? That Dino Basher is paying for itself, that's for sure. Okay, so that's a resource right there. That's coal. That's our coal resource that we're... That power slug. Right here. Your node of iron. Here we have another imp. Thinking about taking that coal that way. Normally I'd take it this way and bring it over here. Nice iron nodes over here. Respect them. These purest, and this definitely want to bring it. Unless they've changed it. Normal. Normal. So yeah, we'll bring it this way because this will give this a lot. We'll use that other one for other iron production sources. So yeah, where we're at now, this little spot here with the crevice, this is where we're going to build our steel foundry. And we'll do steel production here because you see there's no water over here. The nearest water is that little tiny lake that we talked about. It really isn't worth anything for us. So we're not going to even consider this as an option to build. We're not even going to consider this as an option to build power. So this iron vein is good for one thing and one thing only. That is the production of steel. If I remember correctly, deeper in. Drive deeper in. I know there's more resources, so we've got, that's great, because we also got this right here. This is a source of limestone. How many sources? Do we have more than one source of coal over here? That one source. We got another source of coal back there. Mark science over there. Got more iron back here so we could do more steel work back here. I think that coal spot's up there though. Made a mistake. That's further in. And we can see we got 4 over here. But if those are by the great crater, the blue crater, we want to save those. Turbo fuel plant. It's going to be over there. iron nodes right there. What are those? Normal nodes. So we'll definitely probably do our explosives. We'll probably do them out here. If there's a sulfur node up here, if I remember correctly, there is. If I'm right, which I believe so, there is. So we'll do our explosives out this way. Build our explosives over here. And we can make our compact pole over there. If I remember correctly, up here there is a sulfur node. Yep, there's the sulfur node. There's a sulfur node here. This is a impure source now, so we don't really need a pure source for manufacturing explosives, because we don't need a whole lot of explosives. Which means this factory over here is mostly going to be used for making encased industrial beams. Hole is up there. Yep, it's up there. We'll be worrying about that later. So we can see we got a pit here full of limestone. Will come in handy for either concrete production or some other production that neat. Oh, and what do we got here? Pick up the concrete. Take them. Rotors. All right. So I think so. Yeah, we have filled up our inventory. So what we're going to do is start storing some of this in the workbench on the factor. Put the alien protein courses. Okay, so let's see if we can find our way up to. Trying to look to see if we can go up higher. So, because we know that we've got some locations that we've got some high-rise areas with quartz, and we're going to need a quartz production site too at some point. So, and if we can get that set up before we do aluminum, which by the way, I'm going to tell you now, you're going to need quartz to your aluminum production to stall. You don't have quartz. You don't have a supplementary supply of quartz, guys. It will stall. Okay, that geyser right there, you see that? You're gonna want to remember that's here. Off the tractor so we can get the map. So geysers produce, we'll be able to build a power facility later on down the Caterium research called the geothermal plant. The geothermal generator, excuse me. And that's free power. It goes up and down though, so it kind of has a sinusoidal production. Okay, we're now back out on the main. That's dangerous to us. The hogs had spotted us. Where we need to go. Want to head across these plains. Hopefully our port is up in those mountains, along those mountains. We're gonna have to call that because we are halfway through our fuel. Turn back to base. Or loop. So let's head back to base. We're gonna head back to base now. We're gonna begin, we'll do our power plant expansion. That'll probably be the end of the episode once that happens. Now, no guarantees, but more than likely we have enough fuel we could have kept going. But it's better to be safe than sorry. We're halfway out. Turn to base, we top off, and by now we should have a great deal more components to work with for the construction of our upgrade our power plant to the full tier that we can with this belt that we have. And then we can start working on getting steel production set up. That'll be in the next episode. Steel production. Probably we'll probably definitely do more exploration. We might get lucky and grab the Blade Runner here in a minute. Oh yeah, we could have kept going, but we only used 10, maybe 12 fuel to get back. But rule of thumb is, have more fuel than you need. Return, make sure you have extra. Better to have a little bit of extra just in case you have to take a different route back, or you end up on a different route you weren't expecting. another thing we need to upgrade. The concrete plant should get an upgrade here real quick too. Let's go top off this guy's fuel, upgrade the concrete plant, and then we will. So if we take a look here now, we're going to head in here. This should have completely stopped by now. It'll be burning, but you won't see anything happening. The bar is not moving, so this facility is effectively shut down. That is exactly what we were looking from the coal plant. Shuts down the biofuel plant. The biofuel plant now is just a backup battery. Oh, yep, research and exploration. Definitely a good name for this episode of our Let's Play. So this upgrade that we're going to do is going to require us to remove this line. Okay. The reason why is because this is gonna that line we just had is gonna get its own dedicated line, and I kind of did this actually. I'll build it and later. This is wrong though, because. Bridge your power. So both of these coal reserves are yours. Okay, so for both of these both of these not coal, these limestone nodes are pure. We're holding control, guys. We're gonna upgrade this line first. It's already been up. That one can go away now. We don't need it there. So fly its own. That line will need upgrading. So we're upgrading the concrete facility finally. We have the power to do that. We have enough power to say, okay, we can upgrade this. Take care of it. And there's our concrete line fully upgraded. So we should be able to get 240 in, 80 out a minute. Because it's a 3-to-1 ratio. 3 limestone make 1 concrete. Yep, 80 a minute. Which we're gonna take that as every stone we can. No complaints. No complaints at all. Go check on our supplies. We'll go and do the upgrade on power plant now. Build platform where that is. Pick up what we can of this. Another rope. Time of our exploration, they've gotten 100. Huh? Getting close to that magical full production number. Jump distance. Let's go make our power shards. And let's do, on me, I don't. Go back down to my vehicle and collect all of the goodies that we have down there that we want to do research with. Like I said, if we can get, because like I said before, if we can get our blade runners, that's going to make things a lot better for factory. Right now, we're really slow. Can always come back. Right now, we don't need. So pretty soon here, now that we've got an awesome think running, check on that too while we're here. Our quartz research, this is the line we're going to go down first. 50 silica. Let's see if we have enough. Quartz to crush into 52. Not enough space in inventory. Problem is. So we might need more to build the piece itself, the equipment itself. We're going to find out here. Let's just do the 50 for now. Search. Box. Box. I would recommend getting the Blade Runners as soon as you can. And the reason why, you're going to see why here. It does. So it's built and equipped. I'll show you the reason why I like these. Definitely going to want to go for that at some.
Blade Runners unlocked. Equipped to run faster, jump with greater force, and decrease fall damage that might otherwise have lowered your value to fix it.
We could do about a panel every second or so. We're about to double that. Silica and give those. Got the reach. We've got the resources to build our Blade Runners. Yay! We finally unlocked something that is gonna make our moving around a lot better. Before we do any of that, let's cut down all the rest. For research. Keep it in mind that these alien DNA capsules can be sunk into the they can be sunk in awesome sink, and they get you some pretty decent kickback, 1,000 points per. Fresh all those up. Get the Ethereum ore out of our inventory. And it converts it over in Ethereum ingot. Might even have enough with the storage to research that first thing, that first Ethereum research. I don't think so, actually. But these are a 3-to-1 ratio. $39, maybe. Research.
Research completed. Quickwire recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
So the tree we're looking to go down, guys, is just right over here. Down to here and down here. We're going to go down this one as well. All right. Blade Runners. Equip them to the legs. Not only that, but take a look at that, guys. So, I unequip these. The highest we could jump. The bottom of that belt. Back on our 2-level belts like this, or we could clear them. Now you see why I like these things, okay? It's gonna make building so much faster. We can get around this factory. Definitely move around the factory at a higher pace. Power slug. That's the next thing to worry about. Not to mention, you can survive further falls too. Yeah, running around with the Blade Runners. Those things are a godsend. Power slug one, have to have that to do kind of maxed out. Get the power slugs that okay, so now we've got like 10 shards. A little bit more than normal. Power plant. Oh no! I'm gonna have to cut these down at some point. All right. So let's do the upgrades first. Not going to connect the lines until we have everything in place. Then we'll connect this line up here after we do the upgrade. Now these ones are going to have to run on a new pipe. Get these connected to the power grid right away. All right. Power grid's connected. So let's get the conveyor run out this far. Okay. Not looking too bad. 2 little bits to go now. Definitely got civilization coming on this world now, don't we? Okay. Now let's do the pipe. Right up there next to. Okay, there we go. Side. As you can see, we've come, definitely those of you who stuck it out, or those who choose to watch these later, come a long way. We are definitely we're expanding our power in preparation for kitty, huh? Sit up here if you want. Don't mind if you're on my chest. See, we had to come out a little bit because of this angle kink, but that's perfectly fine. That's going to be gone on the next set of generators. So let's get down there and get the water started. Then we'll do the overclock. %200 overclock. That's what it's going to be, guys. So pump takes 4 megawatts to run, okay? We would need probably 3 pumps for each of these lines to get up there. We're gonna find out now. Just how much this investment is worth. Because we would have needed a crap ton of pumps just to get it up there. Okay. So now these guys are bridged up. Let's get them powered on before we bring in the riser. Now we'll get up there and we'll get the charge riser running. There's one up. goes that one. Waiting on that one. Want to make sure that these expand first. Yep, there that goes. Now we're gonna go over to the coal plant, coal miners, and we're gonna overclock them to 200%. Immediately I see a problem with that plan because these are not tier 2. Let's change that right now. One, 200. A solid line of coal coming out now. Gonna boot them up for the first time. Yep, we're starting to see the fluctuations. One of the new guys, and we can see it's already full of water. So the head lift trick definitely works, guys. Keep that in mind. A handy tool to save you on resources and power that you might want to use elsewhere. You'd have had to have 16 pumps. 16, guys. Run this. I'll just put one of these here to tell you how much it needs. Run. I believe, if I remember correctly, it's like 4 megawatts or something like that. And we're able to do so that would have been 3 sets of pumps at 4 each. That would be 48 megawatts of energy to get those up. Versus one of these pumps. These are 60, so we would have spent less. But the next time we do an upgrade, which will bump it to 240, we're gonna need 8 more pumps. 8 more of these. We'd have needed more pumps. We're gonna be under budget at that point. When this goes Mark II, that'll be 240 a minute. And those belts be upgraded. At that point, we'll have upgraded our belt to Mark III, which Mark III belts can do 270 resources at their flow rate. But as I said, get back to the base here. I'll start taking a look at what next objectives are going to be in the next video, because we are at our maximum time for this. 5 hours is about all I'll do for a video. Yeah, that is perfect. Running strong now. Real strong. And probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes of gameplay, might be up to 30 though. Down. How's this? Take about 20 to 30 minutes, if that, for those 4 to balance in. I go to my power pole here. You see it's all over the map as those 4 try to kick in. But we're pushing the dark line up. And at some point, you're going to want to get this consumption line more level. Right now, it's not really a big concern. A lot of that's probably because, yeah, we've got stopping and going. We're seeing that with this right here. $134. Got plenty in our stock, so I'm not worried about it. Rotors are probably looking good. 5 weeks. Oh, okay. Let's next task. This real quick. Another 25 of these. Let's pop that research. Pop that basic steel production. That way we can build a steel. Start working on our steel production next run. Okay. This should about deposit extras. That have to try to deposit them. Or to their maximum. I could set up a production line to do this, but we really don't need to waste the power. Up it goes.
Milestone reached. Coal and iron can be combined in the foundry to start steel production. Project part number 2, the versatile framework, can only be created via automation, not at a crafting bench. Delivering these to the space elevator is essential if we are going to complete phase 2 of project assembly and save the day. Fix It and humanity is relying on you.
Okay. So let's get this straight here. First, we're going to do in the next one, Logistics Mark 3. All right, still's going to go up first. Half block again. Okay, we'll have a factory for that. Factory for steel pipe. These are going to be 2 dedicated factories. We already know we could do that because we saw that one other factory. We saw that other coal vein that we could do that. Not dealing with jump pads anymore, so we're not going to worry about that. This one's Logistics Mark 3. Phase 1 space elevator we're not worried about. Advanced steel production will be next after that. Blueprints will be after that. Fix it. So then we're going to do blueprints library. So we're going to this right here is where we're going to build things like freeway and all that stuff. Get those blueprints up and running for that. Expanded power. Okay. And hypertube. Hypertubes. All right, so that right there is going to be our objectives. Those will be our objectives. All right, that's going to be important. So steel beam and steel pipe, those are going to go first. Then logistics Mark III, advanced steel production, fix it blueprints, blueprints library, expanded power infrastructure, and hypertube. So I'm actually going to add one thing here because something that I do need to add that's not here. That is oh, there's a limitation. I'll have to remember that with private. No, I'll have to worry about that the next time. But freeways will also be with the blue library stuff done. Well, you guys, this has been a fun episode. We've definitely gotten a lot further in our progress. We're now through the tier 3 tech, now moving into tier 4 milestone techs. Next time I see you, probably will. Most likely it might be tomorrow night, but there's a good chance it's not gonna be. Unlikely to be Monday night. But until then, I will see you guys later. And this is Mechanical Gamer signing off. Bye now.